Talk Show. Recorded live.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, I'm gonna be a couple minutes because right now I'm in the middle of eating dinner, so I'll be back in a few. Hello, yeah, I was just eating my dinner. I'm back now. Who's on? Who's this? TDF? You on the call? Hello. Okay. Hello.
What's up?
Oh, what's up? Raisin?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Raisin? What's going
Not much, you?
on? Just all types of stuff, man. Just reviewing. I don't know. Relearning. Looking at things that I've been.
All right.
What happened?
Nothing. So we're going to talk about today the big picture?
Yeah, the big picture is I meant by the big picture I meant like
All right.
I meant like because right now.
You learn anything new lately?
Huh? Say it again. I think there might be like a lag between us. Hello? Hello? Okay. I guess he disconnected. No connection. Yeah, but what I was gonna say is with the big picture, 'cause I don't know if anybody noticed like all the things that's been happening around the world, like all like earthquakes and volcanoes and mine shafts collapsing on themselves and all these things happening on the ground. And some people call it end times or whatever. But I think all of these are hinting that what's the destruction basically of most of the people on the planet. And I don't know, I remember Glenn mentioned something that oh, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. I was just talking about like all those things, like the volcano in Iceland, the earthquakes, the mine shafts collapsing. I think all these are like hints or warnings of the things to come in the future.
Yeah.
I don't know how far it is, but it seems like it's close.
Or really how old it is. I mean, I was talking to Glenn today, and he was saying, we're talking about the places where we were both born, kind of have similarity in that they're, like I was born in Dix Hills. So anything with hills suggests like blind thrust. So what they would do from underground, they would create this blind thrust to lift up. So they had specific geological locations where they would, set up camp. For instance, you have Capitol Hill, Parliament Hill,
Mm-hmm.
in Rome is the same. So they created these blind thrusts so that they knew where to set up their locations of power.
Interesting. The man on the hill, the old man on the hill. That's another question I heard before.
Yep.
One thing about this talk show thing is freezing on me. So I don't know like what's going
With
on.
the chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually crashes my browser like 2-3 times already.
It does that to me too, man. Speaking of which, I should, Karen, 'cause I got that. I got like two. All right. So yeah, like I don't know how far away this thing is. It seems a lot closer than what it was before, obviously. But I'm seeing all like telltale signs. I'm seeing they're saying in movies. I'm seeing, like they just came out with that movie Repo Man,
Yeah.
and it's just all these little innuendos.
Yeah. Interesting. During that PGA tour with Tiger recently, I think like last weekend or something. He was losing, so he wasn't on like he was the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who were winning, the players that were winning were like Nicholson or whatever. The older guys, a lot of the older people who won in the past are starting to win. So they were even saying, it's like we're going back in time again.
Yeah. That's like the main theme. That's another theme they use.
So they're sending the message out,
So what were you saying, Raisin?
Hold on, I'm trying to get a better connection.
Cell phone connection.
I guess. So yeah, man, I was reading this book, 2010, by Arthur C. Clarke. And there's this chapter in there where it's from the point of like David Bowman when he becomes this new, advanced, highly evolved human being, and or being, I should say. And they show him like through the eyes of David Bowman, like how it would be when he's exploring other planets and stuff. And one scene that they show is he's on Europa. They called it Europa. I think it's a moon. I'm not sure, a moon or a planet in that one. And he's exploring this place, and he hears it's like a council going on in his head. Like he looked like he can see things with a lot more advanced way than other people, the regular people. But like he had like this council going on in his head, like a meeting, groups of people in his head telling him like what to do.
Probably how they'll do it too.
Yeah, like it was a show. It just proves, it just proves how like this media communication in the head that they talk about. I remember I put it in that video. Actually, I should go look up that video. I'll post it on the chat. But yeah, like it had control over him. How he explained it. He said it controlled him.
That was like in Eon Flux too, right? They had that.
Yeah. Eon Flux. They show it like it's like a council going on, and that's what it is. This computer. It's like all these different aspects, these different minds in the computer, who I'm sorry. Oh. All these different aspects who they're all communicate. They're all like talking to each other, deciding what to do, what this slave should do next.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible, man. How they in those all those series. I haven't read. I think it's 3000 and 3001. I haven't read those, but they pretty much explain everything through like a symbolic method. So I'm almost done with this one book. So 2001. I remember I said a few months ago, 2001. Okay, 9/11 happened. 2001. The new man, the new beginning. They're basically saying, and then you have 2010, and that's and this one is like he's warning. Oh, my thing froze again. He's warning. That's why I'm like trying to see. He's warning of like something's going to happen. So like that's just why I even mentioned that about like.
So far, things are happening.
Yeah, that's why like it's a warning, and so that's the message I get is it's a warning he's putting across something that's going to happen. And what do you see? All these different things. Things that seem like nothing, seem like natural things at first hand, but when you understand.
I mean, also, I think what it is that it's not the fact that there's tons of earthquakes that go on every year and some types of events, but the ones that they're making popular, and that's the message. Why are they putting this one out? Why, is it just for ratings that week, or is it something else?
Yeah, well, it's if you look at the newspaper, like look how that piece of information is presented in, say, England or something, or Middle East, and then track it down to here. Yeah, you'll hear different. Because when I first looked at that story, that one I posted, it just highly presented. It was it stopped airplanes and stuff like that, but it didn't really focus on the volcano itself. Like why was it? Why that activity started in this thing? But I never really I haven't read that many articles on it. I only read like one or two.
It's all things to pay attention to. Yeah.
What you back on, Razor?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just asking about what new things you guys have been learning. Reading a lot of work by Swinburne Clymer, and also some other books about secret societies. Learning about all of them that existed, from England to America to Chinese secret societies. Right now I'm reading the allegory of Hiram Abiff, with Hiram the King of Tyre, and it talks about how Jehovah, also called Adonai, created Adam, united him with Eve, and it talks about the whole story of Cain and Abel, and how Tubal-Cain was the first one to construct a furnace. I think that's giving the allegory to the Moho. It said that, something interesting. It said Tubal-Cain first constructed a furnace. He worked in metals, and he dug a subterranean cave in the mountains to save his race during the deluge. And it said, but it perished nevertheless, and only Tubal-Cain and his son, the sole survivors of the glorious and gigantic family, came out alive. Giving that whole idea about the deluge.
I remember. Yeah, they mention that all the time, the flood. I mean, that's something all mythology they all agree upon, that it was like a flood that happened, and only people that survived those things were people that lived in mountains. And those people were sheep herders and stuff like that, goat herders, and that's why you always hear that goat herding terminology used. Those are the people who survived. And Hiram Abiff, those are instant allegories. It was Hiram, king of Tyre, who funded everything. And Hiram Abiff, I think he was the one that had the cunning and the craftsmanship to build it, to help build this temple. And these are all just like almost like archetypes. It's they're not they're like a symbolic archetype. Yeah, it's an allegory of like to like the temple being a system, and
Yeah,
ban humanity.
Yeah. And Encyclopedia of Freemasonry by Mackey, the definition for temple, or the article that he wrote, was that it extends outside of the lodge, going north, south, east, and west, the center point being the center of the earth, and extends all throughout the earth, trying to give an allegory of how the entire planet is the Masonic temple.
Yeah, and when you look at that, like, you overstand that, you realize that they're talking about the whole universe itself that they're trying to perfect.
Yeah.
That's because in that Masonic encyclopedia, I got the same one. They in those books they'll say something, and the allegory is it's like they'll on one hand they explain it, but there's a deeper understanding that goes on inside your mind.
Yeah. They also put a lot of lies though in the articles.
Yeah, they put there's lies and everything. It's just like
they veil it in morality. Talk about prudence and honesty and things like that.
Yeah, that's the veil. They use numerous veils and everything. But that's the whole thing. That's the whole concept of the creator, destroyer, preserver. Like, you choose what to keep and what to take away. You know?
Yeah.
You know, so like it's all up to the individual who can think for himself, I guess.
Where did you find evidence for there being some type of deluge or flood? Because there's a difference between the two. Deluge is like a great rain, and the flood is just a flooding of the earth. But where did you find any...
Well, when I looked it up, the deluge, they said it was a flood. That's what the definition I found.
Okay, I'll give you the one I found later on. But did you find any allegories that support the idea that there might be a deluge around 2060 to 2090, around that age?
I haven't found anything saying that specific year. Like they just hint at it, like at some point in the future.
Okay.
They don't give a specific. I mean, they probably do, or probably haven't deciphered that out yet, but they probably do. Give that, not in a direct manner.
Or sometimes in movies they'll hint at, they'll give you the future, like it takes place 100-something years from now, but everything was destroyed already.
Yeah, or they'll give you
underwater,
or they'll give you a past, present it like something happened in the past.
Yeah. Water world is interesting too.
Yeah. Any progress and solutions you guys made?
Solutions?
Yeah, I mean, the progress is solely based on the individual.
Yeah.
It's what you strive for every day. Every couple of seconds you can have something that triggers some type of method that you could apply to your your own life, your own book of life, and offer that perspective to others, that they could see.
Yeah, mental progress and progress in communication. But I'm trying to look for some type of tangible progress you can eventually come up with, or at least help other people.
Well, you can't really help other people like in the sense of like a Jesus Christ, because that's impossible to do it like that, and they set that in Jesus Christ, like this concept of him helping everybody. It was just a Trojan horse, so to institute, establish all these other priesthoods, and they all claim to do that. Really, it's how they use the double thing.
And also, I mean, Creator has assembled their critical mass already, right? So we're looking to assemble ours on behalf,
like an anti-mass,
with creation as backing. So that's one upper hand. Creation is backing that.
So
for those that will their own will.
Like by help, what I meant was giving other people, who are willing their own will, to be able to get like a shortcut So if there are people younger than us, eventually once we die and if we come back, they can continue their own form of solutions.
You want to leave something for people, you said that in the future, so they'll find what?
Well, the people that are being born into this world right now, they need some people to help them get like a shortcut into their own understanding and overstanding.
Mm-hmm.
You can't leave that to the
I don't
media.
know, like, you can get shortcuts, but only not too short of a cut, because it's how you came across it and how I came across it. They'll come across it if it's inside. If it's inside them, then they'll come across it.
Because maybe you're asking about if there's. Because basically, what you're doing is you're triggering memories. You know, all this stuff is just triggering memories. So if you're asking, are we leaving something for others to have their memories triggered so they can remember? I mean,
yeah, something like that.
In the future, I don't know. I mean, if there's anything recorded or written down, could potentially be given.
I mean, that's what I use the internet for. I just put it out there, and they'll come and find it. If it's inside them, then they'll find it. If they're seekers. But I'm not here to. I can't put be.
Can't force.
Yeah, I mean,
can't
what do you mean by children too? Like,
yeah, that's something they have. It's more valuable when you come across it on your own.
They just have to be told the truth. That's all. Like if you have a younger sibling or your own child, you just tell them the truth. That's how they can. That's the biggest shortcut. The less bullshit they got to go through and deprogram. Shortcut right there. You know. Let them know the civilization is, or people with technology. It's far older than you're told. You know.
What are you guys expecting if and when you guys get your own critical mass?
My own critical mass? Like, first, like...
No, I mean, what do you expect to happen once a critical mass is formed?
Hello, I'm using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, first, like, if you're, like, by having the critical mass, for me personally, I want to will my own will for once in this life. And I'm trying to reconnect with something that I was disconnected from birth. And once you're reconnected, it, like, you can almost affect things. You can what's the word? Yeah, you can affect things, but if you're not connected to this thing called creation, then you're just it's like you're just saying you're of no use. You're like yep.
Well, you're saying you don't want to be connected.
I'm sorry. What happened? I'm sorry. Somebody was talking to me.
There's a lot we don't know. We don't know what other life forms exist in other planets. We don't know how much progress they've made. We can't expect that we're the only ones making progress trying to connect with this thing we call creation.
Mm-hmm.
I know. There's, trillions of this going on everywhere, like, so we just have, when people are, willing their own will on a planet, for instance, here, then you're showing creation that, okay, this system of willing your own will works here, so it can use it in other places. Everyone else is like, and there's a bunch of different aspects going on here at the same time. It's not just the one thing of willing your own will is the most basic and should be the most, the easiest. It tends to be the hardest for people. So,
like when you're willing your own will, when you're connected, you're doing what you were basically born to do. You're proving that your life is worth it. Basically, it's worth it. You're doing your job, and so if you're not. If you're doing that, so you're doing what the system does, which is the total opposite of what you were, why you exist for, then you're just saying nothing here is worth even keeping around. It's just it needs to start all over
Your little
again.
experiment here is we're not paying, we don't care about it. We're not paying attention to it. So let's scrap it, basically.
And that's
they. Mm-hmm. I was gonna say they know this too. That's why they go through the trouble of trying to put images in your mind all the time with media and
because
languages to will others will, So
because that will that they have everybody on is a will that's self-destruct. It's just self-destruction.
For the beehive, to support their own beehive.
It's self-serving, instant gratification. It's it's
hijack.
It's self-destructive because that's what happened to them. They no longer exist anymore.
Now there's a few other things I'm thinking of. The first one is if this universe can be eternal, as in if it can never be destroyed. That's one thing I've been thinking of. And another thing I've been thinking of is why creation would need us to be the ones gaining experience and then sending it to creation. It's like
everything gains experience, and the universe is eternal. It can never be destroyed. It can just be like recycled. Nothing really ever really is destroyed. It's just things that circumstances get changed,
recombined.
So that whole thing, the best explanation that we have so far, but the whole universe with Stephen Hawking, and he talks about everything coming to a big crunch. That's like basically like a recycling, coming back to that seed, and then.
One of nature's laws that they're trying to tell us is that mass can never be created nor destroyed, only transferred. But then the whole theory of the Big Bang refutes that. It's talking about how a single point of mass comes into reality and then it expands. It doesn't explode. But then the question that I was asking was, which I don't think anyone has an answer as of now, but maybe someone does, of why would creation need us? I'm just trying to figure that out. Why was it set up this way, and for what purpose?
That's something like you have to answer for yourself. That's something that's like a personal thing.
And I think that's something that you can learn when you're not in a city environment, artificial environment.
You if you look at reality, or I should say not even reality, just look at the world around you. You'll learn that. That's it. That you'll find your answer there. You'll find the answer in the movement of different animals, species.
Appreciate your surroundings. Don't take them for granted.
You have to.
We have springs going on right now. How many people are sitting there focused on that?
You got to savor all that stuff minutely, and then.
Of course, that's all true. I'm not trying to be facetious, but I just want to ask, what do you think the purpose of creation making us experience this reality is?
Because experiencing is just another way of saying it's learning.
I know, but why do you think creation wants this?
That's how the universe works. Everything learns, and it becomes stronger and tougher and changes. It's like.
Yeah, I know. These are things that I've came across too. These are the hows. I'm working on the why. Why does creation want this?
Why would you think it wants it?
I don't know. I'm still trying to decide. Maybe it's trying to achieve something, and then the question is, what is it trying to achieve? Some type of understanding, and then we go into an infinite regress. So we run into this barricade where there's a limit to our understanding. So we can keep on asking questions, but we don't come to an end. We don't come to a solution.
Well, that's what learning is. It's not really so much the answer; it's the questions that are more important.
You make it up the top of the mountain, you realize you got so much more to go. It's not just.
It's just more questions. and the more questions you
It's a
just notice.
never-ending cycle.
Yeah, it's that's you can never just say I know everything, and that's not how the universe works. It's more of like you.
I mean, it's not just
keep
okay. I'm sitting here learning like you're retrieving from a book. It's not like that. You know, it is learning is just it is taking the time to go and go through nature and go and hear the sounds. It's like that's a learning as well. It's learning about yourself too.
Yeah,
It's
learning
like
is just
so many different like ways.
Mhm.
It's not really easy to put into words. It's
learning
like
about
talent. You know,
learning about
your will
yourself.
it's like having a talent, right? If you have talent, it's easy for you to do something, right? You don't have to try very hard.
Mhm.
So if you are comfortable with willing your own will, it's like it comes natural, it comes easy. But someone that's got to sit there and take a little bit more time. It's the same thing. You have to do more practice. But
Yeah.
so that's age or experience, going through things, going and getting yourself involved in different situations, different types of people, different aspects, different perspectives. How much you put into it is what you get out of it.
Yeah, but that's what it is. It's just like it's the whole thing about learning who you are. That's just part of the individual, like a life journey. That's part of your job. Like in each life, you have to find out like what you are, and then from there you experience and you accumulate more experiences, and it's like something you add on. You keep adding it on each life, add on more.
Everything you're saying sounds reasonable and sounds correct. But if someone were to ask me, who has the same understanding as we do right now, asks me, what's the point of creation doing this, I would respond, as of now, I don't know. And then I don't know if you guys would say the same thing, but that's what I would say. I'd say I don't know why creation's doing this right now.
To learn.
Yeah,
That's what the point is, because it knows everything, but it doesn't experience anything. So that's the only way it can gain anything is from people who have a different job, who experience, and that experience. It's like learning something, right? Learning a lesson or something, and you learn it and I learn it, but we all learn it different ways, and it's different perspectives, and those different perspectives are what we're adding to this big pot, if you will, of creation. We're just adding
like
more.
10 people see a car accident, and then a cop goes around and gets 10 different stories of what happened.
Mhm. And they all could be true. They all could be true. It's just
true to that person.
Yeah, that's all it is. Cause I remember I read that they said what's going on around you is not reality. Reality, what it's actually what you see is it's just perspective. That's what it is. Just different perspectives.
I mean, science, from whatever we can see and trust on a minute scale, shows this, and you can know it just by thinking about it, that when we use our sense organs, we're using our own perception. So my perception of reality is different than your perception of reality.
Mm-hmm.
And the conclusion is that as of now, we can't find what's the absolute reality. If you were to ask us what's right here in front of us, and it would be hard for someone to find the answer to that based solely on their perception.
But
so
the absolute reality is something that's inside the individual. It's not it's absolute in the sense that it's ever growing. That's the absoluteness of it all.
I would call
Soul,
that inner
it's the
reality.
DNA. That is absolute. That's absolute. That's existed since.
And also, you're trying to use a language to describe what everything,
Yeah, of course, you have to use your own feelings that's in your mind. If you use language, you're just giving you're giving a picture of the image you have in your mind, and it's not going to be 100% accurate. It's going to probably be 90% or 80%. It all depends how well the person utilizes language. But it's still a control mechanism.
And also how well the person receiving that message can translate that, or how well their understanding that they can relate to. If they can't relate to that feeling or expression, then meaningless.
Yeah, like look at animals. If you look at animals, for example, they don't use language at all. At least from what I know, they're not using language in the sense that we do. But they get more across to each other without words. I mean, words deceive and lie. You know, it's more honest how animals communicate with each other. It's like a purer form of communication.
Like bats see with sound, snakes see with taste. They sense their surroundings by taste. Bats do it by sound.
Mm. That's how they learn too.
Vibration.
And that's how they learn too. And that's how we should learn, by using all our senses. And when you're reading, for example, you're not using all your senses. You're using one sense.
Eyes.
Visual. And that's it.
An interesting thing though is that all our senses use hair to pick up the stimuli that's in our environment, except for our eyes. Our eyes uses or utilizes the light photons that enter us. But like our tongue, it has small hair cilia. So does our skin and our nose and our ears. Like if you go into the ear of the cochlea, or the cochlea being in the ear, it consists of all these minute hair cilia that respond to the different sound vibrations, and then your brain interprets that code, like let's say 01010, and it interprets that code into a perception. And then the way I interpret that perception is different than you. So we all perceive reality differently. And then there's something called, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There's something called, I think it's called kinesthesia, where your brain doesn't wire everything correctly. Usually this can be done if someone takes LSD, which I don't recommend that. But like your hearing senses get mixed in with your taste, and your taste get mixed in with your visual. So you get all this like distortion.
What's that, a disease or?
You can see a wall and hear it. You can see a color and taste it and all this stuff.
Oh, okay. That's probably linked somewhere, in the brain. Like that's how, people who are blind.
Yeah, blind people, they reported that they can have something called, I think it's called blind sight, where they can feel that your hand is in front of them, even though they're technically blind.
Yeah.
There's all this stuff that we still don't know why it works that way. It could be DNA, it could be many things. Like in Editorpa, it talks about the sea of knowing, or sea of remembering, where the main character told the subterranean guy, why is that ship there in the sea, and why is it disappearing? And then the subterranean guy said, oh, this is the sea of knowing, and whatever passes here happens on the surface, and it gets recorded forever. So nothing is ever lost. Everything is stored.
That's
so
the same
that might
thing.
Be an allegory.
The sea. Yeah, it's like the sea. It's like a big memory pool that nothing ever gets lost. That's how the universe works. It never really gets lost. I mean, the closest to being lost is just being recycled and combined with other things. But nothing, it never really goes away. It's always there. I mean, that's how, I guess, matter is in the universe. It's always there. It's just a different form, different type of energy or whatever.
Yeah.
When I asked you about the universe and if it's eternal, you said it is. But then, can't creation decide to end the experiment and end the universe and restart it again from scratch?
It's still, that just proves that it is eternal.
It proves it is
eternal. It doesn't go away. It's just recycled. Things are recycled.
I mean, what if creation just stops it and leaves it at that?
I'm not creation. So I'm still trying to understand it.
Abilities. Because there's a lot we don't know. We're working with whatever we know now.
Yeah,
that's like
of
less
course.
than 1% of all the information that exists and what we can learn. Yeah. And another thing, here's another concept that I don't know too much about, but I heard a few times you talked about it with Glenn. It's about how creation brings people back, and he talks about how through time, the person's soul or DNA or whatever type of energy it is transcends through different dimensions and then can enter a different reality, like a higher reality, so it can continue experiencing and learning. But that's all theoretical, though.
I'm not sure. I don't think I remember that. I know one thing he talked about was he talked about the fourth dimension being time. When you add that to the, but that's a really important aspect.
How would creation bring you back?
What do you mean? It's like you just remembered, your material is remembered, and in the next, on the comeback, it's remembered. It's tough. It's like it's that principle in like in like metallurgy and stuff. Like you can take a metal and melt it and then bring it back, but it's something else. But it still has that it's what it was before, but it's a little bit stronger.
Do you think it comes back in this lifetime, or it comes back when the experiment's restarted? If it is restarted.
Things are coming back all the time. So.
I mean, it could be so quick where you could die on a field and that grass grows, and some animal eats it. Then some hunter kills that animal, feeds it to his pregnant wife, and there you go.
And you get like a composite of you and a different person.
Yeah.
But then you know that one.
That's when you're recombined. It's a composite.
But one. Like one composite of your DNA, which exists, let's say, in your spine, isn't that different than the DNA that exists in other regions of your body. So even just one part of it, like in your saliva, can be used to create
it's all different instructions in your body. That's all, basically, if you break it down to the root. Yeah, it's all different instructions that give a different, tell it to do something else. You have, skin cells that tell it to grow more skin in one part of your body, but the cells in another part of your body instruct it to do something else. It's just different instructions in different parts of the body. The question is like, how does it know to form this combination? The body for it to all do that like that. I think it's because it's learned that from. With that fourth dimension, with the time, learning and trying and testing in the past, it's learned all these things, maybe that's why it's like that.
Arthur Kessler talked about that, the morphogenesis of prenatal development. What that means is how, right when the fetus is developing, how do the stem cells know where to grow and all that. I think it talked about this in the book, The Ghost in the Machine. Talked about how there might be some type of morphogenic field, because you can take a stem cell of, let's say, a fish of some type, and you could rearrange it so the eyes grow where the back is, and then it'll instinctively know that it has to replace itself back to where it was, or if even the cut, so it only shows one eye, it instinctively knows that it needs to have two to have bilateral symmetry, so it just like grows it back again. They've done experiments on fruit flies where they would take out different genetic code that tell them or designate the fly to have eyes. So they take that out, so you have pretty much flies without eyes, and then they reproduce, and over a period of time, the next offspring, the next generation of offspring gain back the remnants of the eyes. Mm-hmm. So it's like flies with no eyes giving birth to flies with eyes. So it just shows how it can just come back again, even when the information is not there, is retained in some place.
Yeah, recessive genes.
No, not even in the genes. It just comes back again because, like, genes are the building blocks, and then some type of code affects the genes, and then the building block turns into the statue or the symbol it's supposed to be. Like clay, you can mold it into whatever you want. It just depends on how the code molds the clay. So the genes can make eyes and all this different stuff. It all depends what code is there and where the code is. So that could be in some type of different field. It could be in a different dimension. It could be even in this reality. We just don't know how to perceive it. It could be many things.
I don't know. For me, like when you say like reality, I just come to learn that like reality is not something really external or objective. Really, it's like subjective. It's internal. What you're seeing is perspective. You can never rely on just one perspective. That's why scientists would disagree on so many things.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, who's this?
Yeah.
This is George.
George?
Yeah, George. I spoke with you, I guess 3 times a while back, Jarrett.
Oh, yeah, you're from Texas, right?
Yeah, Texas.
Yeah, why your phone sounds a little funny?
I'm using the mic on my computer. I'm not using a phone.
It sounds distorted.
It does.
Yeah, it sounds like really like.
Sounds like you're underwater.
Just make it simple, I guess. A quick question. What do you guys think about the holographic universe concept?
The holographic universe. Can you explain that? I've heard about it. I never looked into it.
Well, I don't know.
Anybody here know about the holographic universe?
It's related to quantum physics and all the theories that they're having about how the universe might be a hologram and there might be an infinite set of holograms. The problem that I've had personally is that I'm trying to find information about it, but the science about it is complicated, and the simple information about it, it's all New Age, so I couldn't really come to any concrete conclusions about it as of now. It's a possibility, but...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up. Maybe next week I'll tell you what I know. Think about it.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I don't really know much about that. Maybe when they say hologram, maybe it's just like they're using that as like some type of concept to.
Well, reality being holographic, and there's more than one hologram, like an infinite set. So more than one reality existing at a time. And then people use that to say if you die in this one hologram, you just continue in a different hologram.
A different plane of existence, like that.
I guess.
But all that stuff is the same, being reborn. Like it's just, like when people talk about afterlife. This is the afterlife. They're looking for something that they're living right in. They're standing and don't even realize it.
Hey, Jared. So your definition, what's your definition of reality? Absolute reality.
Reality is it's inside the spine. That all those accumulated experiences and lessons learned from being born and reborn over and over again.
And who's the caretaker of that experiences in your spine? I mean,
you are like you gain them as you're born and reborn, and you're relearning who you are. Learning, being brought up differently, having different perspectives in each life. And you're the one who accesses that internally.
It's not just in your spine, though. It's also in your cerebral cortex, in the top layer of your brain. You also have gray matter there. So it's in your CNS, the central nervous system, your brain, the top layer, and your spine. And then the thing is that the gray matter in the spine is on the innermost part of your spine, while the gray matter in your brain is on the outermost part, the top layer.
Well, I'm talking about like just that archive, that big background is in the spine, and this gray matter in the head is just what what you use now, this reasoning.
Yeah, possible.
So,
we also have white matter. That's filled with like your glial cells and things like that. That's what science calls it. The process of white matter is to speed up the actions in your brain, all the neuronal processes, so it makes your gray matter faster. Pretty much.
Yeah. You got any other questions?
No, it's just it's interesting. You guys talking. I was just wondering about reality. Since I don't know the other guy, but the other guy's name. But the other guy was asking why would the universe need us to experience, this. And I think that's a good question. And you guys were talking.
Why do you exist? That's another good question. Like, why do you even exist? Because if it didn't, then you wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Well,
everything exists for a purpose.
Why are you floating around a ball of fire in the middle of nothingness?
Well, to that, the only thing I can say to that is, to survive. I mean, that's the basics, right? Start from the basics and then go up to survive.
Well, we're having a problem trying to find the basics right now, because after you experience new things, you come up with new basics. Like an evolutionist might say the basics is it's survival, but then someone who understands that it's not solely evolution, it's creation combined with evolution, not versus evolution. You understand that there's a purpose for creation making us live. And then I was asking, what's the purpose of creation wanting us to experience? And we haven't come to an answer yet.
I mean, what you're doing now is the purpose. How you're asking questions now. How you're learning now. That's your purpose. You're living it. Right now.
You said the purpose is to learn. And then I can ask, what's the purpose of learning? And then we come
you how do you don't you benefit from it? You benefit from it.
Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm.
But then
so
all I'm trying
to
find out is, why does creation want this? I'm trying to figure out why the things are the way they are in terms of creation wanting us to experience reality. That's all. And the idea about absolute reality, well, we can conclude through inference that there is an absolute external reality where we pick up stimuli and then we interpret that in our minds, in our sense organs, and formulate a perception. Because if you take a baby and the moment it's born, you put it in like some type of container, like a dark container where it can't experience anything, no senses enter that human being's brain, then it's not going to have any complex internal thoughts, feelings, or processes. It's just going to be a living flesh until eventually it dies.
Mm-hmm.
We do need the external reality to come to.
It's being cut off from itself. That's basically another way of saying it. You're cutting it off from itself.
I guess, yeah.
Because that's nature. You're cutting it off, and we are nature. And you cut off and put it in something artificial. You're cutting it off from itself. It's like taking a human being and separating the human being. That's why they punish you like that in school.
One other interesting question is that I know you talked about, with Glenn, you talked about the evolution of the medulla. Or actually, Glenn told you. He said that the medulla didn't exist prior to the latest ice age. He said the pons existed, and then afterwards, that's when the medulla evolved. The only problem I see, or the main problem I see with that, is that there are other animals that existed prior to humans, prior to the any type of animal in the Homo family, or I think it's, the genus Homo. They've had a medulla already.
Mm-hmm.
Even one of the oldest animals that exist have had ancient remnants of a medulla. you can look at, I don't know, go to like the dinosaurs and see what they had from whatever fossil records we have. Or you can even look at the animals today existing now. Look at the animals that have existed prior to humans, whatever it may be, certain type of monkeys and whatnot.
I know, like you're saying, medulla has always existed.
Yeah, so
there was things in there that were added on over time. So I know you've been asking this question for a long time now. You've been always mentioning that. It seems like you're just trying to prove this to yourself, like this whole thing with the medulla and the piggy in the back. It's like it seems to be something personal.
No, I see it as a possibility, but I'm just trying to find the highest degree of truth there is. Because, see, we're coming up with a theory that the medulla was created.
Mm.
Now, there's evidence that suggests that, no, it wasn't created, it already existed. So you can refine the theory and say, okay, the medulla existed, but was modified.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm trying to do is find what's the most accurate picture of the truth. I'm not trying to refute anything. I'm not trying to push some type of ideology. I mean, whatever I come up with, I'll just put it out there, and then I won't force anyone to believe it. But if you're going
to the way you'll find that is you gotta use different methods, like looking at mythology and just understanding the symbolism, because they tell you a lot in the symbolism. And looking at
I know you can look at the allegories
and look how and understanding a little bit psychology, and look how, like, say, dynasties, like Rome, how they were all a lot of them just these arrogant type of people, and see how that's linked to it. And you're not gonna find it in like some direct. It's more of like an observational type of study. You gotta do.
I'm not trying to say that's wrong. That's true. But even the example of Rome, that was after the Ice Age, and then.
Because look at the like I'm sorry to cut you off, but like just look at the families who ruled over, and look how they were, because this experimentation, like, I think was going on with these type of people before the populace. The populace was more directly affected in Japan, from what I understand. World War II, I think it was, yeah, after World War II, when they shut down Japan. So they did this with in Egyptian dynasties. These people, they directly engineered these people, but they didn't get the way the world worked. It wasn't as like industry. That's why they set up agriculture and all these type of things to connect everybody. It was it was a consolidation. That way when they wanted to affect everybody, eventually it'd be easier, because everybody's in industry and all connected in this beehive. But before that, it was everybody. You can't shut down whole areas and affect everybody like you want to, because you got loose people living on their own and stuff, controlling their own life. Because from what I understand, there were people like that. You don't hear about them in the history, but.
Well, to the idea, the general concept that there are control mechanisms, the majority of us can agree that, yes, through our experiences, we've come to the conclusion that there are control mechanisms. And then a specific control mechanism that we were talking about was the medulla, and how it was modified. If it is the medulla, I would say it was modified and not created. And then a few moments ago, you talked about how you can look into the allegories and the symbolisms to get an idea.
Mm-hmm.
One problem is that sometimes the allegories don't fit with your experiences. One example is the whole...
I mean, like, that's like, seems kind of general.
Yeah, I know, but let me finish this and see what you think.
Mm-hmm.
There's just one allegory. Well, this allegory exists everywhere. It's the the hermaphrodite allegory, where man and woman are inside one composite being.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can see that in the Rosicrucian dogma, to the Freemasonic dogma, to even the Chinese. It doesn't really matter where you go, to the Brahmins, Hindus, things like that. You see these ideas that, okay, they allude to some type of connection with a male and a female, like a hermaphrodite being.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that if you want to apply that to reality, it doesn't make much sense. The reason for that is that human beings naturally, from my understanding, didn't exist as a hermaphrodite on its own by creation. Now, if a hermaphrodite being was created by a creator, that's a possibility. But to what extent it's a possibility, I don't know. I would maybe put it as a low possibility. To create a hermaphrodite species and then to break it off into male and female, and then to work again to combine it together. Now, I mean, if you look at the higher-based mammals that we have, well, not we have, we can see, almost none are true hermaphrodites. We do see occurrences of humans where they are pseudo-hermaphrodites, whether they have some type of androgen insensitivity, so it's a male that looks like a female, and that's because it can't utilize the androgen hormones, which include testosterone, so it can't break that down and use it. So what happens is it just relies on the estrogen that the body has, and it turns more feminine. Now, that's just a genetic abnormality. It could be because of recessive genes. That's a possibility.
So where those recessive genes, it must have existed or something similar in the past. I disagree. With the whole. It could be that hermaphrodites were created. I mean, these Neanderthals. It suggests that they were hermaphrodites as well. That's just from the evidence that I see.
I mean, the evidence we see is in the allegories.
The allegories, but when they look at the evidence they found in Africa, when they found bones of Lucy,
what about it?
Why not any? How come there wasn't any males or anything? It was just this female that they found.
Well, there could be many answers. I don't know. But I mean, to think that the mitochondrial Eve, just because the oldest one found was about 20,000 years older than the Y chromosome that scientists could trace, or at least they say they've traced. Just because there's that 20,000 gap doesn't directly imply that hermaphrodites had to have existed to continue the species or anything like that. This whole idea of hermaphrodism, it's a possibility, but it just seems very unlikely from my understanding. To have a hermaphrodite species replicating itself, all it's doing is cloning itself. So you have a huge clone of itself. Mm-hmm. Now, if some type of virus were to come into the environment that affects a certain genetic composition of that hermaphrodite, since all the hermaphrodites of the species are the same copy, they'll be infected as well, so they'll be wiped out. One of the main reasons why,
there were other species too. I think this hermaphrodite was the way they describe it, it was almost ape-like, or looked like an ape, or lived around apes. Some type of relation to apes. But from what I see, I think there's probably other forms of life that weren't like Lucy, for example. They were similar, but they weren't as advanced. They didn't have a sense of individuality. There was so many different species.
Because there had to have been a time where beings like us didn't have consciousness, and then consciousness evolved as the brain evolved. Now, whether that was before Creator, if you want to call it Neanderthal, doesn't matter what you call it. It could be anything. Was it before or after they came into existence?
You're not going to get direct evidence pointing at anything because no one was there that long ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can only go off indirect.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be careful when you're going off of the system's material to go back and try to find this.
Yeah, that's true.
The only way
they said that we only have this, and they said that we weren't. That's who is releasing all that information, man? There's like a whole world that like you don't even know about that can be going on right now underneath your feet. With
like
technology you can't even think about.
Yeah, like I found evidence that like points to like whole civilizations underground, advanced, but it's not something I could go out and say publicly to everybody. It's something that I know is true because that's what my intuition tells me.
The general concept, for example, of the idea that there were advanced civilizations or some type of civilization you learned about. You can say on a general level that something like that existed, but you won't know the exact population of that civilization. You won't know the specifics. You can't say there were 892,000 people in this civilization. That's a specific quality that we can't conclude on, but we can conclude on generalities. We can conclude on the general concept that there is a control mechanism. We can conclude that there is some type of force that's trying to hijack nature. We can conclude that there's a problem and we need a solution. So there's a general problem, we can find a general solution. I think it doesn't matter if they're Neanderthals, if they used the medulla, if the hermaphrodites existed. All that's irrelevant in the big picture of what's the solution, because we're dealing with the problems on this earth when there could be bigger problems outside of this earth. What we should focus on is the solution, not...
And that's what we've been trying to do for
little facts.
God knows how long, you know.
Yeah, I know, but we haven't made much progress besides our mental progress, how much we can learn and understand. Even though that is important, there needs to be something more. Whether
you've been being told as far as solutions what you can do, and it starts off with willing your own will. Now, have you started willing your own will? I don't think even me completely can do that. I have done that, so far. Because I'm still working, going to work every day, whatever. Living under the system, the rules, a lot of the rules.
That doesn't mean you're not willing your own will. You're just working with the circumstances you have at hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just
but
you don't want to have $500,000 in a bank account.
But I'm not around. I'm not around animals. For instance. I'm not around learning with all my senses in nature. I'm not doing that. So I'm not there yet. So as far as solutions, I wouldn't depend on the next man for solutions. That's something you have to do personally with yourself.
What can you
me? I know I want to go visit this guy's farm and be there for a while because there's a lot of things there that I can't learn over the phone.
Yeah. Do you think you can come to a solution by yourself?
Yeah, everybody can come to conclusions, but
that's the whole point of the critical mass is you have to have different people, different perspectives that have seen different things and look at things in different slants, coming together to try to have some type of solutions. You can sit around a table and try to come up with ideas together. But one person doing it obviously is not gonna.
Yeah, it's not gonna be accurate. It's gonna be.
But there's things that you'd never even think about that.
Yeah.
This guy will because I've lived over in this type of world, this part of the world.
And plus, you have to go how you're thinking now. You're thinking a young man's age, man. Even me, I know there's things that I probably would not even think about that I want to be thinking about next 15 years from now, 20 years.
Next year.
So, you need that fourth dimension again, that time. That's a concept that people don't really think about as much. That's something you got to add to that picture.
What do you guys mean when you say solution? Solution to what?
To the mess that we're in.
The mess?
Yeah, this big
political
mess.
World, government
the whole world, the whole
personal.
How we're going towards the destruction of humanity. I mean, there has to be an alternative. Something.
Okay.
It's pretty much the entire...
Where it's going, because everybody's going to be done over. Even the people doing this, going to be done. So like,
but
we want a way where like everybody, like people will, that's why I put out information. Maybe those people who understand and they help the system, maybe they'll come across this and see that, hey, I'm being lied to. I'm not.
There's no winners.
Yeah, there's no winners. But that's why I think, like when I see these people who work for, I don't think they if everybody saw how could see the big picture and where it was going, they wouldn't do it. I don't care how self-serving you are, you wouldn't do it because it's not even logical to do that. If nobody wins, I mean, if you want all the money for yourself, you're a greedy son of a bitch, then what's the point of having all that money if everybody's dead?
Well, isn't that what experience is? I mean, doesn't that raise the question about what's good and evil? I mean, if creation
good
wants
and evil
to
is like
experience,
it's like the same thing, really. It's like two, in general, good and evil is the same thing. It's just two opposing forces.
This is like an age-old question. The most concrete answer we could come to as of now is that we can conclude that the majority of the people, both people and other animals, have some type of conscience within them that says certain type of killing is wrong, hurting your own.
Yeah, from past experiences. And
okay,
it's
we
fine.
can include that as whatever we think is right. Now, whether you want to call it that rightness is relative, it all depends on you. But as of now, that's how it stands.
Yeah, that's the most basic answer, I guess. But it,
yeah, if you look at it like, how does it benefit? How does it benefit by killing somebody? This is but then you could say killing is not wrong because everything needs to kill something to survive.
For survival, yes, but not for pure joy or for
pure joy. But that's something that's implanted or put inside the egg when that's something that's an instruction that has been engineered into people. That's an idea.
Are you sure about that?
That's played repetitively every day on all over the media. It's
yeah, I mean,
that's the big idea they talk about. It's an idea, and then they it manifests. It becomes a reality because they play it over and over again. What?
There are animals that have the same neurotransmitters we do, whether dopamine, serotonin, GABA, and the like, and they all control the way you experience things. So if you want to call joy or happiness the amount of like dopamine being activated in your nervous system, then you can't really say that joy, the concrete factor of joy, was added into the egg by creator. That's something that evolved because lots of animals experience.
But it was cultured. It was something that was inherent inside the DNA. But it was cultured and grown,
right? Like how
and
sex used
focused
to be just for
upon
reproduction. Right?
It's like how nature is. Like you want to use electricity, right? It's all over in the air. It's everywhere. It's a matter of harnessing that, concentrating it. And that's what they did with psychopathy, if you want to call it that. They took that and they because not everybody's like that.
Yeah,
I mean, if everybody was like that, then that would be a normal thing. But it's not. It's something that's made and focused upon and harnessed and implanted. That's the only answer I could give to that. Like, that's why you see it around today. It looks like it's a lot of people who are like that, but it's not a lot of people who are like that. I think it would be impossible to.
Well, the system creates that, like,
to keep control over a system, and everybody's like that, But then again, those types of people, they are the law system, the justice system. I was just in that movie Clockwork Orange. In the book, at the end of the movie, the guy gets bribed for so he won't press charges against the state for experimenting on him. And in the book, they bribe him, but he joins them. He becomes like some type of government official or officer or something. And it just shows, and then how he meets up with his friends that betrayed him. They're officers. I think the message he was trying to say, like, they are the legal system. They are what people think is good or just or whatever. You know, all that stuff. Like all that stuff about, like, you know, this guy has social standing, how he's well respected. That's all irrelevant in the concept of, like, ultimate reality or the bigger picture. It's all like just surface things that we're taught to respect. And I guess, you know, that's another thing too. We're taught what is good and what is bad. We're taught this is good and that's bad, and that could be a total lie, you know. But we're taught that. Like, we're taught to react when we hear certain words. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, that's totally, that's revolting. That's bad. That's good.
Hey, Jared, so what's good and bad?
That good and bad is inside your spine.
We have the Ten Commandments, right? And then we have the basics, right? Don't kill, don't do this, don't do that, right? But with your talk with Kaylee and your reasoning, right? What's good and bad?
The good and bad is inside the spine. It's not good and bad. It's one reality. They're fooling you by making you think it's two different realities. But it's one reality.
What's inside your spine, are you responsible for it? I mean, how much does creation?
What?
How much does creation have its hand on what's in your spine?
What do you mean?
I mean, you keep referring to it's in your spine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you in total control of what's in your spine in this lifetime and then the next lifetime?
What you learn in this lifetime, right? You're accumulating experiences, but that's when you die and you're reborn, what you've learned comes in that spine. It's in that spine.
So the whole concept of Judgment Day is false, right?
Not really. I mean, the whole concept of Judgment Day. Hold on a second.
If you're expecting a concrete answer, I don't think you're going to find one right here. You asked about how much control do we have of each of our own spine. I would personally say you probably have control over the majority of the way it functions. You can leave a gap open to some type of different process, some energy process that creation might be helping you with, maybe. Creation is in control of your entire way of thinking. I would say that might be a bit false. Whether entirely...
I mean, if it's entirely over how you think, then what's the point of existence? That's another thing with that movie, Clockwork Orange. One of the major points he puts across is that when the state takes away his right to choose between good and evil or whatever, it basically is to choose between good and evil is basically saying choose your own destiny. That's the same thing.
But you have to be careful with these generalities because you can't apply a general concept with the specifics. That's how statistics works. They come with a general answer, but they can't.
What do you mean?
Okay. Every male and female has something called the major histocompatibility complex. These are different nerve centers in your nose that can actually tell you by the pheromones and scent of a different person whether you are a good candidate or you're compatible with the person based on how different your genes are with the other person's genes. And your brain can calculate that in like a split second. It says, okay, this female right here has like different genes than I do, so I'm going to be attracted to her, and that's a good thing. And then your body interprets that, and then it affects the way you think, and it makes you attracted to that person. Now, that's not the whole story, because That's just the biological level. There's also the mental level of how your psychosocial history, what that means is how you were raised and brought up.
So, yeah, basically you're saying everybody's different.
Well, that's one thing, but what I'm saying is that it's not just one thing. There's more than one answer to these questions that we're asking. We can't just say it's in your spine and stop there. It's in your spine, it's in your brain, it's in your mental thought process,
DNA.
many things. So to conclude in one specific area would mislead us. This journey that we're going through is complicated and has many different angles. So we need to be open to all the different angles, even if we don't agree with them. Like for science, there's...
That's the whole concept of the 13. And
the 13?
Yeah, the 13, the 12 around 1. It's different angles, different perspectives, different experiences. All
you could play that in, yeah, if you want. I mean, we see that, I think, in the way... the way the atom is structured, there's like 12 different subatomic particles on a quantum level. Now, don't quote me on this, but I think that's the way it's structured. I'm not talking about protons, electrons, and the neutron. I'm talking about the things smaller than like quarks and whatever. I think that's what Keeley was talking about with the whole 12 around 1 thing. And then you see allegories and symbolisms of that in the zodiac. I have the sun, and it goes around all the 12 houses or the temples. They give different names, and you have that in the Kabbalah, and you have that in like the Hindu religion has over 300,000 gods, and each one specific interpretations of the way nature works and things like that.
Yeah, that's what you'll notice when you look at their mythologies. It's different aspects of this thing called creation of nature, and they personify each one, but but then they try to take credit. You'll notice that in symbology, though. They're trying to take credit for something that's beyond them.
Creator taking control or credit of what creation made.
That's what it's basically doing. It's aware of this thing that's beyond it, and what it's trying to do is it knows that what people do as they go through that, they try to understand what this thing is, and so he says.
Oh, it knows that system works, so it uses it.
Yeah, and so he's blocking everybody and saying, "No, it's me." You know, he's explaining what he saw, but attributing it to himself. But yeah, so that's what they did. They when you look at Greek mythology, it's like people get confused, like they have all these different gods, but really they'll be talking about the same thing in a different manner, a different perspective, a different. It's a method that they use. Pretty interesting.
Well, yeah, anyone who reads the esoteric books and the older books that talk about secret societies and different religions and mythologies, even including the works of the Timaeus, they reveal these things, as Albert Pike. So it's not anything new. It's information that existed tens of thousands of years ago.
Yeah, this stuff is like the stuff that we're learning, like that you say that we're not absolutely 100% sure about. I mean, I'm pretty sure the stuff is already known.
Well,
it's
yeah.
That it's inside. We know it. We all know it. We know it. It's just that most people aren't aware that they know. It's something that it's inside of you, and you're just trying to bring it to the surface.
Or they just scatter it everywhere, you know, instead of.
I mean, you know it.
You think it's not all connected.
Yeah, you know it, but you fuck yourself up as soon as you try to put it into words. I mean, to try to explain what you already know in words it's like how do you explain? It's like
explaining words.
you can't. You're being redirected.
I got an interesting question for you. If you invented language, would it in itself be bad or a control mechanism?
Would it in itself be bad?
You mean verbal language?
Yeah, imagine instead of English, you're using a different language. Call it whatever you
Well,
want.
if I was gonna be, if it was gonna be a language, it would include body movements, things, things in my body, things in the human body, things.
Or imagery,
Yeah.
As soon as you do words, it's like any other language.
It would be natural. Natural.
No, because I think the problem is language in itself, whether we create it or not. It's possible that telepathy exists, and then we could activate some type of power within us to allow us to speak to each other using our mind.
Well, I think that does exist. Yeah, it does exist. It's recessive in us because we're so cut off from creation. We don't even use it. Like we don't. We have remnants. Yeah, that's a remnants. I think of it because Neanderthals they don't. From what I understand, they're not hairy creatures, so they don't use that type of organ, that hair type of thing. They use telepathy, from what I understand. Not every. That's just a tool that human beings use.
I mean, we do too. We use telepathy.
Yeah, we use
it personally.
I use it too, but it's like more of like an internal thing.
It's a recessive.
When my spine is communicating with my brain, that's telepathy.
I don't know.
It's a cellular memory. It's cellular type of thing. That's what telepathy is. It's cellular.
I would define telepathy as a communication with one person with another person without using words, without using the medium of air.
Well, you can use the medium of air, but like through your hair, has air in it.
Like when I made the comment.
But the air has all types of information and all types of information in it. So it's not. But it's not like how you would
Well, we can say air is active, and we can receive the information that it has. Because hair is a sensory mechanism. Like I said, all of our organs except our eyes utilize hair or cilia to communicate with the external world to our internal world. And that doesn't stop, I speculate, it doesn't stop on the hair that's on our head. That hair might be communicating with something as well. We just don't know. It's
all on different frequencies,
Yeah.
Would you say with yourself, Raisin, that you use hair as a sensory? That you use that?
Well, right now my hair touches my spine. It's still growing. I would say that intuitively I occasionally use it. And it's not something I control. It's just something that happens because I can feel it. I get in the dreams I have, or even when I'm awake, it's like a feeling that I have, a visual feeling that I have in my mind. And then it tells me that this idea that I had didn't just arise right now. I knew this a long time ago, that type of feeling. And talking of sleep, we're actually, right now, how to explain it? The only thing that we can call consciousness is a different state of consciousness. We all experience consciousness, but we have different chemicals and all these activities that first resonate in our medulla, communicate with the pons, and go to the hypothalamus, and all these different the primal or the old areas of the brain, the reptilian part, control our autonomic functions like wakefulness, breathing, our heart rate, things like that. Now, once the chemical is triggered that keeps us awake, then we come out of the state of consciousness called sleep, and we're in another consciousness called awake. So it's not cut. It's like a gradient force. There's no clear-cut answer. Now I'm awake. Now I'm asleep. So even when you're asleep, you can experience things in a heightened way than you are awake. And when you're awake, you can experience things in a heightened way than you're asleep. And you can switch it around and then calibrate it personally.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Hey, Jared, can I ask something? right here about what he was talking about, right? Consciousness, unconsciousness. Then there's another one, right? There's another level, I think it is. Which one does creation respect in the degree of, you're going to take to your next life? I mean, can a person be totally conscious over here and do okay? Or can a person be unconscious and be doing okay? What do you think?
I'm not sure I understand. You said, can somebody be conscious and be okay?
Like right now, right? Right now we're talking about this, right? And to a certain extent, we're saying we know what's going on, right? So to a certain extent, we're saying that we're close to it, so therefore, in our next lifetime, we'll be better off, right? But what of the people who are unconscious, who are being fooled, who are being brainwashed right now? Does creation respect that? I mean, what's the difference? Degree.
I mean, they're all people who don't know are basically running on autopilot. It's just the allegory of like in Greek mythology. Like they talk about the guy named Atlas who rolls a ball up a hill.
Atlas is holding the sky.
Oh yeah, one of them.
Talk about in theogony.
Yeah, he rolls a ball up a hill just to roll it up again. It's basically the main message is saying is triviality. It's just
this whole thing is what he's talking about is true. Like that's the whole problem, and that's what we mean by willing your own will. When they're not aware of what's going on, they live their lives like from what the system gives them in an artificial world. They're not willing the will, so creation is not necessarily looking at them because they're turning their backs in a sense.
Well, I guess the reason I brought it up was because of the telepathic communication, right? I heard that if you're more of a unconscious level, then that telepathic ability is more open to you, right? So
when you don't have the limit, when you're given the limit that it doesn't exist or you can't use it, when you put limits on it, then yeah, I think.
Yeah, like people. That's another thing with the masses. They can only think in limitations. They don't think of like almost like a unlimitedness. Like everything's a limit. Their whole thinking is limit.
You have to be careful how you define consciousness as well. If you can Google right now EEG sleep patterns, and you can see there's 4 different levels. Level 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it jumps back to level 1 called deep sleep REM. It's like the theta level and then delta and all these different ones. You can see the gradation on any website that talks about it. That's the consciousness that we can go through that can be perceived by machinery. Now, whether there's a different higher state of consciousness that our brain can activate, because we're not using our entire brain power, that's open to speculation, to studies, and all that. It's a possibility. Now, I think your question was, what does creation do with the people that are unconscious? And by unconscious, I think you mean people who don't, or people who aren't aware of this.
I mean, not what he does or what creation does, but the respect. I mean, for example, I heard it said that those people that just dream on in this lifetime, they get recombined with other DNA, right? And then they come back as a recombined DNA.
I didn't say
that's why I say the word respect, because I think that's the proper word, right? Creation will respect if you do this rather than doing that.
That's more like a creator type of thing. Like
I get what he's saying though.
Yeah. It's not like just this lifetime you don't do anything. I mean, I've heard the whole concept. Maybe that's how they came up with that concept with baseball. 3 strikes, you're out. It's just like if you're given a number of tries and you keep failing at what your task is, then you start all over again. And you turn because nothing. It looks at everything like it doesn't want anything that's useless to it. So it turns you into something useful, like an ant or something. The basic thing on the planet.
But what do you mean by you?
Huh?
What do you mean by you?
I mean, it turns. When I say you, I mean everything. Every
Because we're a huge composition of different yous. The you today was a different you a year ago.
And when you were talking about consciousness and consciousness one, I would be careful with stuff like that, because that's like going into the same trap of saying mid-level reality, high reality, low reality. That they love doing stuff like that. They love dividing the one. It's the whole trick I said before. Like it's with the monad, that thing that Manly P. Hall was talking about. He said if you can get people to think that there's two different distinct realities, then you can make them think that there's three, and then you can make them think that there's 4 and 5 and 6. And that's what the thing is. It's the same concept with politics. You make people think there's actually a Democrat and there's actually a Republican, and there's two distinct realities, then people will believe that. I mean, if they believe that, then you can fool them and introduce other parties and think that that's real. And really, it's all the same shit. It's all the same thing.
That's right. What Manly P. Hall was talking about with the monad was the idea that Pythagoras came with. The monad contains everything, the one.
Yeah.
And out of there, you can get dualism. And out of two, you can have many.
Mm-hmm.
The Secret Doctrine talked about that in connection with the hermaphrodite theory. But the concept you're talking about, how there's they like to divide consciousness. That's the idea you're giving out is true. But what I was talking about was the empirical factors of consciousness. If they hook you up to a machine that measures the frequencies in your brain, because it resonates at different levels, that when you're awake, when someone's reading a book, watching TV, or even sleeping, it vibrates at different frequencies. When you're awake, it vibrates at you can say higher frequency, where it's faster than it is when you're sleeping. That's all that I was trying to imply, that the rate at which your brain is working is slower when you're sleeping than it is when you're awake. Like right now, we're having an active conversation. It's probably very fast.
And the whole thing, like what you were saying, Manly P. Hall, like that singularity, and then they call the slave the one. Like they're taking that concept in like nature, and they're attributing it to like the slave. Like they're mirroring the reality basically, and they're making their version. That's what they do. That mirror reflection is their perfection in their eyes. That's why it's like that's why they always say mirror, mirror on the wall. And when they say mirror, mirror on the wall, they're really saying mirror, mirror, know the law. So it's like a reversal.
There's different angles at it, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the rough ash law and the perfect ash law. The rough ash law is the perfect ash law is a mirror reflection of the rough ash law. The same thing. It's just redone over again to their liking.
Yeah, that's
I
exactly
think
how
the Matrix 1 hinted at that when Neo he's sitting in the chair and he touches the mirror and then it takes over him, turns him digital. Yeah.
Can I ask something? Can I ask you something? I mean, just hearing you guys talk, right? And I just an idea comes up and says, if creation wants us to experience all this, right? Maybe this is what he wants us to experience.
That's a possibility, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, see, that's a possibility. But then it comes to the general concept of why would creation want us to experience this? It's not just learning. It's you can ask, why would creation want us to learn and experience? And then I think that's a question that I can't answer, and I don't know if other people can answer it. Maybe in a few years I can answer it, but as of now I can't.
Well, that's something, yeah.
And why would it want you to experience the things that you are experiencing? Why did it set you up in this life at this point in time in that location, knowing those people, having that upbringing? You know?
You see that takes me back to my old question, like how much control does an individual have of his spine matter, in his next lifetime? Because does creation have total control of the individual throughout the lifetime, or does a certain time in the lifespan, the eternal lifespan span of the individual, does that individual gain certain more control as he keeps going on in this journey?
I think it would be access. You gain more access to remembering your different lives so that you're not making the same mistakes again and again. Like, you don't have to relive that. You've done that already. How many times you've been through that already. You have to go to the next, and to the next, and to the next, and to the next. That's why, if you ever noticed in life, throughout life, if you haven't learned the proper lesson, it'll keep showing itself in a different way. Just like, trick questions on a test. Like, it's the same question, but it's just reworded. So maybe you'll get it this way, or maybe you'll get it that way, until you figure out.
I'm sorry.
To that I agree, because I have experienced stuff like that. It just keep happening over and over in my lifetime. Nobody else notices it, but I notice it in my lifetime. Personally, I notice things happening over and over, the same thing. I'm thinking, what the heck is going on here? But anyway.
Yep.
Also, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that we're just giving out our ideas, and it doesn't mean it's entirely correct. Maybe 90% of it's correct and 10% of it's wrong. So it's up to you to verify the information to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you my speculations of how much control you have with the spine, but until you experience the feeling of understanding and overstanding that, it's useless to you.
That's true, because it's like a lot of people will say they don't, like, this whole thing of intuition, like they don't like the whole thing of using it and overstanding things. You can tell them intuition and they'll understand the concept of that, but it becomes a problem, because if you don't experience that reality, then it's a problem. So you can understand the concept, but you have to experience it yourself to understand,
and also, recognize, the more you recognize that you're using the intuition, the more it'll work. The more it becomes, prevalent. So if you keep denying it, or it hints, it drops a hint. Make a left turn here, and you keep going straight, then you get in a car accident. It's like
it's a listening to your body, listening to things, to something that you took for granted. Because in this world that we live in, those things really don't matter in this world, in the workplace and stuff. We're taught to turn those things off.
It's a simple question, but when we're talking about intuition, what is intuition?
The information that's been carried on from your different lives in your DNA. What's in your DNA doesn't mean that it's solely limited in the physical matter. There's a possibility that there might be a different dimension or some type of different energy field we haven't experienced or even know about that works with DNA. So some type of energy helping or coding DNA that has like a memory bank. So part of the memory bank might be in the DNA, and some part of it might be outside of the DNA that the DNA has access to. And you can call that your intuition. You can call your intuition your instincts that you have, the feelings that you have that doesn't require logic for you to conclude to. So you can instinctively know that you shouldn't go out of the house on a specific hour. You don't know why. You don't know the logic as to why you think that. But deep down, you feel that that's the right answer. And then in the future, you find out that was the right answer because something happened during that hour. That's how you can use intuition. Sports players use intuition too because they can't calculate their exact basketball shot, for example. They have to feel how to shoot and where to shoot. Just like musicians, they have to feel the music they play. If you learn it by rote, then it's not really your feelings that you're playing. You're just playing a code. Then music turned into a binary code, like 0101.
Yeah, I was reading the chat. Marcus Allen just said it's a gut feeling too, and that's you feeling your spine through your stomach. There's these feelings of how you know, because it's an experience that you already went through, at another period in time, in another life.
Your experiences can also be embedded into your brain. For example, memory, long-term memory can go in your hippocampus, and then I think your motor memory can go in either in the hippocampus or some other area in the brain where your brain recognizes how to perform actions without consciously thinking about it. An example of this is when you first start driving a car, you're consciously aware of everything you're doing, but after a few years of driving, you're not even paying attention to what you're doing. You just instinctively just start driving.
Mm-hmm.
You can apply that to sports too, like a tennis player. It doesn't have to.
That's like Pavlov experiment, stuff like that. Like you become aware you're doing something, and it becomes second nature.
Yeah, it's like muscle memory. They call it. Musicians call it. You know,
yeah, another type of
their eyes
memory,
closed
like
and shit.
yeah, like yeah. You know, I think genetic memory is another factor too. Like
yeah.
different.
Pavlov was a crazy guy.
Yeah, he just understood something in nature. He understood that. Like he probably was given information, access to some information, and he understood it and he utilized it, and they used it in a manner of just controlling people. It was a self-serving manner he used it, and that's why it was looked at so horrible. It was self-serving. It wasn't to benefit the whole of the community. It was to control the community.
According to Pavlov, he wanted to find out the truth to the way we function, and in his autobiography, he wrote about that. But he said that Lenin was paying him too, so he can do all his experiments. Like they were going through a depression, and then even though the whole economy was pretty low, he still had funding for his laboratory and all that stuff. And then there are actually videos taken, like late videos. I don't know, after he died or maybe right before, where they were performing experiments on children too, to see how they can create a conditioned response to a child.
Mm-hmm.
Ring a bell and you have a conditioned response. The child cries, the child barks, the child does something else. If you read the book, The Rape of the Mind,
mm-hmm.
The Battle for the Mind, and another book called Brainwashing. All those three books talk about Pavlov in one way, shape, or form, and they talk about that video too. Maybe you can find it online. It's like a child hooked up to like a machine. He's like, his head is attached to some apparatus, and then every time a bell rings, the child is fed, and then he feels all drowsy and everything. He's really sleepy, and he's fed every time the bell is rung, and then after a while, they just ring the bell and they measure the amount he salivates, and then they're just trying to prove that you can control the human too, and that's what Lenin was trying to do at the time. He wanted to find out how you can make conditioned reflexes in humans, so you can have like a perfect beehive than they already have.
Yeah, see, you can see like what these scientists learn. Just they didn't learn this stuff from reading. This is observational skills that they had, and that's what going on the farm for me is providing. Like you get to be around and observe certain things in nature, and you'll learn. You can extract a lot of information just from observing.
Osmosis.
Yeah, you're immersing yourself in it, and you're just looking at this stuff daily. Just looking at, because you're not gonna learn it in like a few days. It's marinating in there. Just sitting there and looking at it, and then you'll see like how different animals have different personalities. Wow, they react to things. And then you look at the past priesthoods. Why were they so like into like nature and science? They were like the first scientists, or not the first scientists, or the earlier scientists. Like Egyptian priests, I said before, like they had beehives and they would study bees and stuff.
Bees and ants.
Yeah, and I think Hindus did it too, because the way they had their structured society like that, they had to have like looked at ants or something before, because it was the way they structured their society was just too ordered. It was too organized. So that was they had to have learned that somewhere.
Like every religion is designed to suit that specific society for a specific purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So you have like Confucianism for a specific purpose. You have the Hindu mythologies for a different purpose. You have the Persian mythology, the Magi, and things like that. They all have different purposes. In Morals and Dogma, around like page 100 or so, or 103, Albert Pike says that like every age has had a different religion, and it was suited for its own purpose to accomplish some type of goal in their agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And then
so what's the Christian? So what's the Christian American purpose?
The Christian, like, if you look at this, that's
here in America.
The Semitic religions, the Judaism, Islamic, and all those three religions, those Semitic, like the Semitic religions, those are religions that like manage, the whole West, the link between the West and the East, like manages that those religions. Yeah, and they each one was to create something, one was to destroy something, another was to preserve something. Basically, I think that's all of them really, because one's gonna get because like Christianity on one hand, it destroyed a lot of. It's like Christianity is like the end times religion. It's like formatted for these times that we live in. The destruction of all the people on the surface of the planet, earthquakes and floods. It's formatted for that. Because the people who follow that religion, they actually, if you speak to them and you'll mention that to them, like, oh, look at all the earthquakes and everything. They're like, oh, yes, it's coming, and they actually want it to happen.
So they will it.
They will that. They want that to happen. They think.
When you say that, when you use the word will, to what extent or to what degree does the will have on reality? I mean, what do you mean by that?
You create a reality that other people want to come into existence. It's the whole concept of the big idea. It was a thought, and then it manifested into speech, words, and it became a reality. And that's what they're doing. Like, it's a thought that they had. And they transfer it to you through the religions, and then you manifest. You make it a reality. You believe in it.
An easy way to break that down would be just like, if they use imagery. So if they're trying to will, for instance, like they want a war to come around this time. So all throughout the 80s and 90s, they fed you movies and video games that were, the topic was of terrorism and all that stuff. So people are putting those in the terminology, kind of wanting it. So they could introduce it step by step, and they'll just keep agreeing to it. So willing is in a way on the correct or the original level, it's through like visuals. So when you're looking at nature without the artificial system, you're looking at nature, and that's creation's will, right? So you're around the animals, you're around the all types of nature, trees, oceans, whatever. That's the original image. So that's when you recognize that as the correct way. That's you willing, creation's will. But when you're in the artificial world and you're willing, you want the money and the cars and the fame and all that stuff. You're willing a different type of will. You're willing. You're turning your back on what was provided originally.
Yeah, like example was living in a city environment or living in civilization where people all they want to do is just make ends meet and just keeping their head above water. By doing that, you're willing somebody else's will, because that's the only thing you can do in those in that civilization and environment. Well, is to will.
It's like your boss has the idea for a company. Mm-hmm. He hires you to will the will of the company. You work for the boss. You do everything that makes his idea continue.
Yeah, and the boss is willing the will of
the reason I bring it up about the will is during the conversation you were saying something. You used the word will as a power. It is
a power. It is a power.
It's your most basic
It's like the power of
to
choice.
affect reality.
Huh?
To affect and change reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Without no planned action, without no without no physical movement, just by the power of thought.
Yeah.
Well,
what you're doing with thought is
it starts
thought
off
is
thought.
it's powerful. That's how
to reality.
That's how you communicate with creation. Creation, all you had was thought to communicate with creation. You're not having, writing out a paragraph to try to explain. It's that's why it's visual, because that's what you were given originally when people were first here. It's imagery, and you're feeling the feelings you attach to that imagery.
Mm-hmm.
You reinforce it. So if you're thinking of the destruction and like how the Christians are thinking of the end times and all this, because that's when we'll see Christ again, and let all the earthquakes and the floods come in, you're willing the will of the floods, but someone else has that idea. They hijack that, so they hijack your will so that you're willing. They want to destroy you. They want to induce the floods, induce the earthquakes themselves. So you agreeing to that is allowing it to happen. You're telling creation, yeah, I want this to happen too, instead of
But I know what you're talking about. But there's other ideas out there saying that it's the hard technology causing those earthquakes in Haiti and Brazil. It's the world government elite causing the destruction of America. There's other forces at work rather than just the individual will or the Christian movement.
You're allowing it, though.
All those.
You're going along with it. You're agreeing to it by not disagreeing.
To understand this, you gotta have an imagination, and then the word imagination is interesting too, because it's saying like image in, it's image within, image inside. It's the image that you visualize like in your mind, when you will your own will. But what you're saying with world government elite, and it's at the top you have priesthoods, and it's different groups, so many different groups for different purposes, and they all receive instructions from each other, and then they ultimately receive instructions from underground. That's what it's so many different groups. You saying elite, all these things, but everybody receives instructions ultimately from one source, and it's underground.
Jared, I mean, we're talking about about how everybody's being controlled, right? And how everybody's unconscious, right? And then we talk about secret societies, how they're controlling everything. And then we go to the individual and say, how come you're not so great individual, right? How come you're not in control? Well, we got all this being pushed down on the individual. Come on, give the individual a break. That's what I'm talking about.
I can't really say it again.
We're talking about secret societies, right? Mm-hmm. How they're controlling everything. Mm-hmm. And then we're talking about how the individual is not doing so great. I mean, we're talking about what's his name? Pavilion conditioning. I mean, there's society sponsoring all this, how to control the individual, right? And then we're just saying the individual is not doing so great. I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a bad rap on the individual when the individual is being bombarded by so many outside or external forces, that's keeping him down. And then to hear it said that the individual is willing this to happen, I
that's
think
why all those external forces are at play, trying to, that's why there's media, and that's why all this bombardment that you speak of is there. It's so that your mind is filled up with their images, their will. You don't have time to even know what your will is or discover that you have a choice to have your own will. That's the whole purpose of keeping you asleep like that. Yeah,
naturally, every living thing is going to do what creation intended it for it to do. So they have to, they go through incredible lengths just to stop that, to bypass that. They through all these external forces, like you said, to get you from thinking for yourself, looking at yourself. They lie about the origins of humanity. You know, it's all these things. You know, because they know like people naturally have a yearning to want to learn these things, but they bypass it. Oh, go to school. That's learning. They call that learning. That's a big lie too. To think that you can go to a university school and learn there. It's not learning. Learning is something you do on your own. It's not a group thing. It's not a memorization.
You try to become a parrot.
Yeah, it's not memorization, and it's not indoctrination process. More of like you learn different experiences. What?
I mean, if we look at it right now, right, the way this whole world is going, right, the direction is going, would it be a good conclusion to say that that creation wants it to be like this?
No.
Why not?
I mean, creation is going one way, and creator is going another way, basically.
Well, we can assume the goal of creation is to learn. The goal of creator is to exploit our labor. That's why not.
Yeah. Okay. Creator.
The goal of creator is to benefit himself. That's the goal of creator, is to benefit himself. That's what all, like, really in the end, all these people working towards it at the end, it's not going to mean anything, because all that stuff really is to create one type of species that will go into outer space. That's what it's all about. It needed to create all these people. I made a post about that today, though. It needed to create.
Of all that you were talking about, when to go outer space, the purpose of that is to control reality. And by reality, I mean everything.
More power for itself. More, yeah, exactly. Control reality, tollgate the universe, accumulate. You know, it's a program that the computer is running on. And it's a computer, man. It's a computer. It's running on a program, and it knows nothing else. Like this program is the sole reason for its existence. It has no other will to live. That's where it's lived. So, like, the only obvious solution is to reprogram that computer.
Or pull the plug.
I don't think we can do that. We don't know much about.
Yeah, it's not what we're gonna. We play a role.
Yeah.
Okay? We're not gonna change the whole universe. We play a role, and the other people are supposed to play a role too. We can't. We're not Superman here.
Captain
I hate to even use that word, Superman.
So who's superior, the individual or the computer?
Who's superior? I mean, to look at things as superior is misleading, man. It's just different.
What do you mean?
Okay,
more advanced, I guess you could say.
Let me put it this way. Whose will is stronger, the individual or the computer?
That depends on the individual.
That's that either or, man. That's that media type of thinking. Is this better or worse?
Okay.
Like it's
all right.
The will
it depends on each person.
I
mean,
the
obviously,
will itself is strong.
Obviously, if each person, it's person specific, because there's the whole masses that don't know what's going on, don't care to know what's going on. So that's the people that obviously their will isn't as strong, and there's the ones that can figure out what's going on and want to do something about it. That's another type. So I mean, it's very specific to each person. You know what I mean? So whose will is stronger? That's how strong you want your will to be. You know?
I mean, you guys heard about the concept about the computer, right? The two orbs down, right? The two orbs down there, computers affecting reality up here for the minds of the individuals.
Jacking and boys.
Whacking, yeah.
Yeah. So who's stronger?
Okay, I think the answer you want is that eventually who can win, if that's what you're looking for. I'll give you my speculation. I think that the individual will is very strong, but if it's compromised in the beginning, then you can say the computer's will, if it has one, is stronger than the individual's, only if it's been compromised. But right now, what we're doing, communicating, shows that our will is different than the will of some other people. because we're the ones talking about this where the majority of people don't understand this yet, let alone understand. So you can say the will of the people here talking is stronger than the will of the other people, the majority of the masses. Now, if you want to say, is our will stronger, concretely, we can't say yes or no for sure. I would say that our will is pretty strong, and it can be even stronger with practice. And the question, what's the purpose of your question? Whose will is stronger? What's the purpose of that?
Well, whose will is stronger? My purpose is to ask that question is because, I mean, the computer, I haven't even seen the computer. I don't even know if there's a computer. You know? I mean, I'm gonna base my whole life. I'm gonna start thinking about this premise, about the computers and about the Neanderthals. I haven't even seen them. You guys haven't even seen them.
I wouldn't.
Right?
You don't have. You can't speak for everyone here.
You don't have to agree on the specifics, nor does anyone expect you to agree on the specifics. But what you can do, the easiest thing to do, is to understand the general concepts, that there is a problem. So you don't have to label it as a computer. You don't have to label it as the Neanderthals. If you're at the level where you want to look at what's in front of you, look at the corruption that's all around you. That's the problem. Look at this beehive everywhere. That's the problem. Try fixing that. That's what we're trying to do. That's one step. And then we all serve a role in that. Now, we can't...
I understand what you're saying. It's just that Glenn Cayley came up with the computers, right? And Glenn Cayley came up with the Neanderthals. That's the only reason I mentioned that, because that is the whole.
No, Glenn Cayley is not the one that came up with the Neanderthal idea. There are other researchers that talked about Neanderthals having advanced technology. I think that there's one researcher around the 1980s in England. His last name is Collins. I can probably post a link of it. He came up with the idea that because Neanderthals lived during the same time period as when humans were living, they coexisted and they had larger brains. He used that as evidence that they probably had an advanced technology. And then he was using information from like Plato, the writings of Timaeus and things like that, the allegories and the mythologies. He was saying that these writings here show evidence, at least indirect evidence, that there has existed some type of higher technology. So Glenn Keely's not the only one that's been thinking about this. What he's been doing...
I've seen it personally myself, so I know that technology exists that's way beyond what we're given. I've seen it personally, so...
What have you seen?
But that's not to say that he's added stuff. He hasn't added stuff to it, because whatever his book of life told him, he added to that whole theory of control. I think you asked, what did Nodos see? Well, that all depends on his book of life. I think you can, audio recording, you could just listen to that, the latest one.
And if you listen to that latest recording, that's, with my father and I recorded him and his, interaction with that technology.
To see that technology, it's like an intuitive reasoning you use. When you look at what they talk about in Secret Society. Look what they talk about in allegories. Look how, certain things just don't make sense in so-called advancements in technology. Just look at all the innuendos and the words and the coding. They talk about research and stuff like that. And look at all that type of stuff, and you'll see it'll point to that direction where, hey, there's a more advanced type of technology here. If they're talking about genetic engineering, if people were genetically engineered so long ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, and they're just talking about Dolly the sheep today, that's something's not right there. Something is they must be allowed. If they did that long ago, and they're just releasing now that they can implant
it's for a reason.
They can implant.
It's not necessarily so that it's possible. It's so they can use that information to control you or to advance in a certain way.
Yeah, that's another thing too. When they bring information or evidence or whatever, they're spoon feeding you to
In a
guide
direction.
you down a certain path.
Yeah.
If you're new to all these studies, you're going to have a lot of questions, and then you're going to come across things that you'll understand. But there's another realm where you're going to have to overstand the bigger picture. You're going to have to feel the answers. Because right now, we can tell you these things, and you can say, yeah, that makes sense. But in your mind, you might not be connecting the information together. And even information A, for example, that we give you, might not trigger off information B that's supposed to activate within your intuition. If you give it time, eventually you might get a deeper understanding.
That aha moment.
Yeah, you need that. You need time. That's a big factor in this, because you can look at the same thing that you looked at now, 5 years from now, and you'll see something totally different than what you did. Like example, like that book.
Morals and Dogma.
Yeah. The Morals and Dogma. I remember reading that book years ago and seeing things and learning things, and then I look at it now. It's like, wow. Because it's that experience. That's what experience brings along. And experience is linked to that fourth dimension, time. You know.
It's just another piece in the jigsaw puzzle. It becomes clearer and clearer the more pieces you add.
Yeah, and then life begins at 40. It'll really hit you by then. So until then, hello Nadia. Until then, it's just accumulating knowledge.
Yeah, just keep it. Keep it in your back pocket for now. You don't have to.
And then look, and then take it out your back pocket, look at it again.
Right.
That's what it is. You put it somewhere in your mind, and just keep it there, and then later on, I've looked at things, kept it in my mind, and looking at other problems that comes up in my mind.
Right.
Get an understanding.
And don't think with your ego as well. Don't mess with things.
Yeah.
What's the ego?
It's part of, like, you just look, when you look at yourself, you'll notice something else takes over, man. That one guy who called in, like the last guy who called in the last call, kept calling in and hanging up, and that's a good example of somebody who has no control over themselves. Really, that's ego right there. I mean, like, if you don't agree with him, he has to attack and all that stuff.
He's impaired on whatever's in front of him. If he can't see something in front of him, then he assumes it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what ego is. It blocks you from seeing something that's right in front of you.
So
that's
he's
a great control mechanism.
And then
he's a child, right?
Huh?
He's a child. He cannot understand higher concepts.
It's I don't know. It's
I wouldn't.
His ego keeps him from understanding.
I wouldn't put a label. I would just say this is what it is. That he just doesn't understand because he's using his ego only. Whether you call it a child or not, it's irrelevant. This is just what it is. And then what the ego will do is he'll try to refute it. So if he listens to this recording, he'll most likely automatically assume, no, you're wrong. And he'll come up
You're
with
doing that.
Information. He'll say, hey, I can think of things that aren't in front of me, and I know it's real. So he'll just come up with like an excuse. That's what the ego does, and it just wastes your time.
Yeah.
The point is to have an unbiased perspective.
Yeah, you got to be formless, like the Buddhists say. You got to learn how to assume different forms and looking at it from all different types of perspectives. Truly understand it. To be the cup, you have to understand the cup, you have to be the cup, like water.
Be like water.
Yeah, formless.
Be like the wind.
Be like water, my friend.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bruce
Lee said, yep. So, formless.
Be like water.
I'm going to get off the phone now, but you guys can keep on chatting away. I got something I got to do. It was nice talking to you guys, and I guess hopefully next week I can do this again. And I'm sorry I didn't answer that one question Marcus Allen answered. Maybe you guys can answer for him. He wants to know. He wanted me to elaborate more on underground. What was going on underground?
The moho?
Yeah, I can't explain that right now.
Okay.
Take too long.
Maybe you can make it on another show.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. All right. Talk to you guys.
All right, bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I mean, who wants to start with the whole idea about the moho?
What is that?
Hello?
Hello? I'll hang on for a couple more minutes. Yeah.
All right. This whole question about the moho, difficult to answer it without all the information that we've come across in the allegories and stuff, because they talk about, or they allude to, this underground temple that exists. If you look at Solomon's temple and all the underground treasures that they put there, it alludes to a different aspect of the moho. And they talk in code. They say how the ark, there's different arks, like Moses had one and Aaron had one and all this different stuff, and they would put like jewels inside, and then they would code it too. They would say they put 7 jewels, and then that 7 had a Kabbalistic meaning that refers to one aspect of the way the moho functions, and only a certain secret society who's on a need-to-know basis will know what it exactly means. If you open up the Masonic Encyclopedia, like by Mackey, and just start reading with that premise, then you're going to find information that gives indirect evidence to that. I haven't made a concrete list of all the stuff that supports it, but from my understanding, there is something going on. Not to what details, that'll take a while to explain. I have to recollect all my thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and if you read theogony, you can see examples of like an underground chasm, the demiurge, I think that's what it's called, and then how Atlas is holding up the sky, and then you have gives reference to Aphrodite, the life force that comes out of the water. They always use a reproductive cycle, making that the water, and they use the male energy being the sun or the heavens, and they're just copying that same ideology in different religions, like the Hindu religion. They just copy that same concept. It just adds on to the idea that Hermes had of as above, so below, where the world above is mirrored below. And you see examples of this everywhere. There's like these famous hotels in Dubai where like, you're going to have to be like a billionaire to afford all those stuff there. You go in and then they give you like complimentary stuff like colognes, and then it's by Hermes. That's the cologne's name. And then like the person inside has no idea what that means, like because it's linked to the idea of as above, so below. And then they are the people up top, but there's another control structure at the bottom. And like there's all these like hidden meanings that some elites understand, some elites don't. So they put it everywhere. So you can look at it like the way they advertise colognes and perfume, to the way they put Bibles in different hotels, to the movies that you see on TV. The ones that are high-rated, low-rated, depending on the critics, they all have different meanings. Some people need to watch it, some other people don't need to watch it, stuff like that.
Yeah, the moho also provides protection from all the elements above on the surface. This is symbolized in the dollar bill when you have the owl. It's like surrounded by like that, in the top corner. So it has like some protection from what goes on outside. Yeah.
And no one questions that. Why did they put an owl there? What's the meaning of that? Yeah. Or most people don't question why is there an Egyptian symbol on the dollar bill, even though we live in a Western society? What's the actual point of that? And then why do we have Greek architecture in the District of Columbia? I mean, isn't that a Western culture? What's the point of putting the Eastern cultures in here? Those are questions people don't ask. They just overlook it. They say, oh, it's just a design that they're giving, but they're actually communicating messages to each other. I mean, the Western society that we have, where it was founded as of now from Christianity, the purpose was to create the dialectic to bring on science. That was the whole purpose, where Christianity was at first they created a Hegelian dialectic of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, where they give you people that want to promote science and the people that don't want to promote science. And the synthesis is instead of having Christianity, the people who are Christians transfer their ideologies to a new scientific way of thinking. So that's why you have a new mode of thinking for scientists. That's why you have Christian scientists who modify their ideas about creationism. On a bigger picture, it's all just to guide the masses. And they do it on a technical level. They don't take it from 1, 2, 3. They do all these processes to convolute everything so people don't see things clearly. They don't want people to connect the dots, so they make it all confusing. So they say, oh, there's no connection between Christianity and Hindu philosophy. There's no connection at all. That's what the average person would say. But if you go through all the studies and do a comparative analysis, you see a lot of similarities. So you had a question about Christianity and what the purpose of it was a while ago, and that pretty much is it too. They create like the whole postmodern era after the Renaissance, where you have Bacon, Descartes, and I think Voltaire and all the like. They were like the pseudo-intellectuals. I call it pseudo because they were given the information. You had like that Enlightenment movement where they created a royal society, and then they were just discovering all these new things, even though in fact they knew all these things thousands of years ago. Just regenerating their system over and over again.
So what's the difference between the God concept, the Christian God concept, and creation?
Did you rephrase that? I didn't understand it.
The difference between what they mean by God and that what you're trying to say?
Yes, like creation. You guys are using the word creation, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Creation and
creator. Creation and creator is two different things. Creator is the hijacker, the one who recognized and studied, nature, created science, for instance, or by studying nature found out how to control nature. So that's like we call it the hijacker of creation, creator. God, meaning, our genetic engineer, or dog priests that were sent out to retrieve, So it's a story of genetic engineering on one level of it. That's the hints that are given. Immaculate conception. It's just artificial insemination. That's why you can have a virgin birth. Like that. So yeah, that's how they speak to each other. They're just letting you know the type of person or what they're trying to create. Put it in a book, and it's coded with messages on the
holy books.
Right. So
the
holy
God
books came out the whole.
For creator. So when you hear creator and God, you can think of like the same ideas. Creation is different than creationism. Creationism is the concept that the Christians developed, or the priesthood of Christianity. When we talk about the word creation, we're talking about the force, the energy that created this universe, the process. Even if you look at motion on a quantum level, if you look at all those like subatomic particles, they're all vibrating and they're all in motion. And there needs to be some type of force, some type of energy, which I call creation, that makes this motion possible. Without creation, you wouldn't be able to move. It's what activates life. It's what gives life. It's what gives energy. It's what makes activity. You can see allegories of this in the book Editorpa, where that wise man, the man who did it, he said that motion is, or no, reality is a retardation of motion. And what that was alluding to was pure motion being speed that's, I'll use a different term, reality that's faster than speed of light. You can call that pure motion. And what the book was saying, that whatever you see now as in reality is a retardation of that pure motion. So in order for you to perceive everything, time or motion had to be slowed down so everything could be working the way it is now. If everything was working at full speed, at full motion, in its pure sense, then everything will be ethereal. It will be actually less dense than gas. It'll be like this weird waviness particle, like a mist or something. Everything will look like that if perception was possible.
How does why do you use that word retardation?
That's what the book said.
Okay.
The book said reality is a retardation of motion. So if you can look at the definition of retardation being the imperfection of motion. So if you take the perfection of motion, make it a bit imperfect, that's a retardation of motion, which is what we see now, reality.
What was that book you mentioned again?
Editorpa.
Editorpa? It's Aphrodite backwards.
Okay.
Aphrodite, the goddess that creates everything, the regenerative principle.
Mm-hmm.
It's the...
Hermaphrodite.
Aphrodite, yeah.
Okay.
It has alpha in it too, 1. Like the alphabet, beta, 1, 2. Giving us the 1, 2, 3 ABCs. That's what the purpose of the Greek philosophers was, to break down our way of thinking and to make it purely based on logic. And then philosophers of science think that to come to concrete solutions, you have to use logic alone, which is incorrect. You need to combine it with intuition, or else you'll have like a faulty compass. You have like a compass that like wiggles to the left and it's supposed to go to the right and be all faulty and everything.
Yeah.
You can actually read that in the current works of philosophy. They talk about how logic is the right way to think, and it was because of like Aristotle that they made thinking better, supposedly.
Yeah.
By breaking down to binary, into logic, deductive logic. Here's step 1, here's step 2. So because of step 1 and 2, here's your conclusion, and that's it.
Well, if you also listen to the Masonic terminology, it is the right way to think. You know, so.
And then take like a logic course, their conclusion, what they put next to it is the 3 lights of the Trinity. It's like a pyramid, like a 1 dot on the top and 2 dots on the bottom. And then you can look at that symbol in the Masonic Encyclopedia, and it tells you what it means. And then you can apply that meaning to like the logic that they're using in logic classes, for example, and you can see like a whole other world of all the hidden meanings that they're putting everywhere. So all these symbols that they use, especially the symbols in biology and mathematics, these Latin and Greek symbols, they all have Masonic principles. No one just talks about them. They just accept it. Like in statistics, they have the symbol of sum, but you can look that up in the Masonic Encyclopedia. You have phi and delta and alpha and omega and all these symbols. No one talks about what it means. They just use it as like a symbol to connotate some type of mathematical formula or principle.
Thumb is also muse. Backwards.
If you take an N and you flip it upside down, you get mu. I gotta go, so if you guys want to talk, go ahead. But I'll talk to you guys next week.
I gotta break off too. So.
All right.
Later.
conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.